Oh, let me know if anybody's ever out there. Hey, from Russia. Wow, cool. I love it when everybody get to talk to everybody from all over the place, all over the world. That's pretty awesome. First time I got live stream, so I'm still figuring this out. So if you guys bear with me a little bit, um, there's so much stuff to sit there and try to figure out with this 1.9 update. Hey, HMP01, how you doing? So again, just trying to getting a lot of questions about trying to do stuff with the old setup. So I figured we're gonna try. I'm gonna try to see what we can find out. If we get see if anybody's interested about messing with some of the old setups to see if we could do some minor adjustments to get them to at least work, to at least feel decent and be able to race with it. Also, if anybody can let me know about the sound and things like that, I'd appreciate it because I don't know. Again, this is the first time I've ever streamed, so I'm just trying to, if I need to adjust something, just please let me know so I can adjust if you can hear me and all those kinds of things. Um, First place we're gonna go is I was gonna go to MISANO, and the last race I did before the 1.8 was with the Audi and the BMW. So I was going to show what it does basically um, with those with the new update. But I mean, we're going to use the old setup so we can see what we're dealing with here. Pretty car, isn't it? Isn't that a beautiful car? So as you see, that was my best time with the Audi was a 133.94. Yeah, I might mess with the Lexus 2 sometime today. See what I can find out. I haven't done anything with it, but I might go try it over at Valencia. See what's going on. So again, let me know on the sound too, if anybody, because like I said, this is the first time, so I'm a complete new. I've been doing the channel for 4 years, but I've never streamed ever. So I don't know how the quality is going to be. I actually just going off of my one PC, which I want to get it set up so I can use both PCs to have to see if it'll improve the quality. But just let me know how it is going here. I appreciate the feedback. But this is the old set. This is the last setup I did. Okay, so this is the last setup. Exactly what I did um, for the 1.8 that I raced in LFM. I sound like a robot. Oh, that might just be me. I don't know. I mean, it has a volume. Let me turn it up a little bit. Is that any better? Turning it up a little bit. Okay, volume is fine. Thank you for the feedback. Because again, have no clue what I'm doing here with live streams, but I just want to help everybody that can. Maybe we can all learn and try to. I can help some people do some adjustments on whatever setup they have, whether it's mine or other places. But we're just trying to figure this out together, so we can try to improve the setups that we already have. At least have something that's viable and something that you can, race with. Okay, let's try the car so we can see what if the car is off as far as the setup on the volume on that. So again, back to this is the Audi that I raced in LFM, one of the last races with the 1.8, and again, this is the setup I used with the 1.8. So the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to lower the tire pressures about 6 or something like that, because with the new tire model. So we're going to do that. That's the first thing to do, obviously. But other than that, I'm not going to touch nothing. Everything else is going to be exactly the same as it was in that race. Okay? So everything else is exactly the same. So we are going to, I'm going to save it. And let's get out on track.
Green light, go, go, go.
You may hear the car. Hopefully you can hear the car. Let me see. I can adjust my wheel. No, I gotta go up. Now I'm also trying to mess with that too, which we're gonna go over that. Also with the force feedback and things, I'm trying different things, different adjustments that I'm trying to get a better feel out of the car. So I have I have literally been on this a ton, as you can see. Hey, Robot Steve is back. I'm Robot again. Can hear the car through your crackling mic. Why is my mic crackling? I don't understand that. That's kind of weird. Maybe it's too close? Maybe that's what it is? Let's go take the car out and just do a couple laps, and then y'all can tell me how the sound is, and I'll see if I can make any kind of adjustments. Again, this is all new for me, so if you could bear with me, but I'll try to make adjustments and always will improve. Let's see. There, maybe that could be some other problem. Yes, I know on this setup, I know my temp is always the same. It's always like 22. So again, that's my baseline. So when I do setups, so everything's always the same conditions. So I know that all my setups are based on that. So basically, I adjust it from there depending upon the temperature and things like that. Yeah, I'm looking at my smartphone too, but I turned the volume off on that, so maybe I don't know if that would have any interference with this with my mic. So I turned the volume off on this phone because I just need to read it in anyway. So it's oversteery for sure. Hello to everybody. Again, first time ever for me for live streaming. Even though I've been doing this for almost 4 years, but like I said, I just usually I don't live stream, but I'm just trying to do it so I can see if we can all figure out and help everybody with trying to on whatever setup they have, what they can adjust to at least get it, better performance and better better drivability. Yeah, I can tell this thing's oversteery. Hey everybody. See, it's got some bad power oversteer. So again, I'm wanting to go over, try different cars, different tracks, work on some setups as far as some of the old ones, some other cars that y'all like. So just trying lots of different things. So I can tell right now, it's definitely got some oversteer issues, especially right through here. It's definitely mid-corner oversteer. Now with the 1.9, you definitely can tell that the tires are definitely, when they're low on pressure like that, it feels like you're on jello. I mean, some of that is you're never going to get rid of when the tires are cold. But it's definitely got some oversteer issues. And it feels not right in the middle of the corner. Tires are still not up to pressure. It's not where they need to be. Spongy. Let's do one more lap. Then I'll stop and look at some of the comments. See, it's got some mid-corner push. Mid-corner understeer and then power oversteer. Some corners it's not as bad as others, but then some corners are pretty awful. So it just all depends on the grip of the corner. Still way off of my times. Which, for in the beginning, I really think, like Ari said, you're going to be probably a half a second off, maybe in that range. So, really, if you can be probably within a second or less, you're probably getting close. Until you can really get used to it and get the setup really dialed in. Really feels bad through there. See, oversteer. So I'm definitely off on my times. Pressures are still too low. I mean, they're like right at 26 and mid 26s, so it's too low. So what we got here? What's up, everybody? No more crackling. Good. Hello, Thomas. Oh, I don't stream sometimes. This is the first time ever. So I hope everybody likes it. Maybe we can figure some stuff out, and hopefully it helps. Hey, Manjo, you're awesome. Hey, from the UK. Love the UK. Got so many friends in the UK and Australia, just everywhere. That's awesome. Thank you for the likes, and anybody hit the likes and stuff. It really helps too. So I appreciate it. As obviously, like I said, I'm a complete noob when it comes to streaming. So, but I really want to do it because it's really hard to come out with videos that's recorded that I can hit on some things, but it's really hard to hit on to help everybody as far as trying to figure some stuff out. So, I figured I'd do it this way to see if I can help. Of course, I might have to take a break here and there to go use a restroom or get a drink or something, so bear with me. This is kind of unprepared, so. Australia. Yeah, definitely got Stu. He's in Australia, and Andy, and I got, like I said, I got so many friends. I got Joe Blow in the UK. I mean, he's awesome. Love Joe Blow. He's been a big, good supporter of me for a long time. Yeah, I know. I know they're doing stuff with consoles, but I know it's going to be. They're always, they'll always do stuff after they do the PC. Trust me, I know that I've probably spent ever since ACC has come out. I've upgraded like 3 times in PCs, so that's it's it's tough. Um, let's see here. But you see, everything is not the way it needs to be as far as getting the setup to work. So, again, we're going to look at the setup, and this is off the cuff. So, again, guys, bear with me a little bit. But if you guys, anything in particular, or particular thing that you're having issues with, please just let me know so we can, take a look at that. Mrs. Sky is here, so she's sitting over at my other PC. Yeah, Peru. Oh, yeah, that's cool. You're running the old Lambo. Oh man, yeah, you need to go to the Evo 2. Well, if you got the DLC, yeah, I can understand if you didn't get it, but it's definitely worth it. I love the Huracan Evo 2. It's a big improvement over the regular Evo as far as drivability and everything. It's awesome. Bring in the Lambo, huh? Oh, they don't let you. They don't let you update to the newer car. I mean, a lot of times that's too bad. A lot of the newer cars, if you're doing a league or something, they'll let you upgrade to the since you're driving the Lambo, you can upgrade to the new Lambo since it's out now or stuff like that. I didn't know, but I guess every league is different. So we got 19 people on. We had 22 before, so we got some people on here, so it's nice. But yeah, so like I said, setup wise, let's go back to that. You can see that one thing I have seen, which we'll raise these up a little bit. Just get them up near 27. I liked it up near high 26s is where I'm liking the feeling of the car more than low 26s because it's just the car's got too much flex in it. Okay, well, it's something different. As far as what you're saying with the old setup with stiffer dampeners, okay. So maybe something we'll look at. But one thing for sure compared to the old setups is the toe. This is what's causing a lot of the oversteer. So I would definitely take this way out. Okay, take that way out. Leave that the same. Leave everything else the same here. So that's what I would take out. And then also another thing I've seen with the 1.9 is the diff. It seems like it's almost like it was with the 1.6 or 1.7. It just didn't like a lot of diff. You start getting mid-corner push, mid-corner understeer. So, and you just can't get the anti-roll bar doesn't make as big a difference to take it out. So I would probably cut this in half. So that really helps there. I mean, we can look at the shocks, but really that's fine tuning. Everything else, you know, those are two big things. Okay, so all we did is adjust the diff and the toe, the diff and the toe. That's it. I might even take one of the anti-roll bar out in the back also. And that's it. So let's try this again. Just do a few laps and see what it does. Again, I guess the sound is okay as far as the car and things like that. I hope. I haven't had any complaints on it. I guess everybody can hear that okay. God, love the sound of the Audi, and well, really all the sounds of the cars to me are one of the great things with ACC. I really enjoy it. So let's do a few laps. See what we can do. Feels a lot better already. Back end feels a lot more connected. Tires are still coming up to temp. Turns a lot better through here. Yeah, see, we're already up a bunch. Still love the Audi Evo 2. Still a great car to drive. Kind of sorry to see Audi getting out of GT3, to be honest, but I didn't like it when Bentley got out either. I love Bentley too.
This has been your personal best.
So just gonna do a few laps. Just, the thing is with the tires, it takes so much time to get these things up to temp to really where they start working. I think it's a little longer than the old update. Hey, how you doing, Warren? Tires still aren't perfect, but I mean they're not too far off. I don't think you got to worry so much about the tire pressures as they did the old model. There's a lot of variance in it. So, I mean, if you're, you know, a 0.1 or 0.2 or whatever over or this or that, it's not going to make that big a deal. So, not like it did before anyway. One more lap and that's it. Still close to what I ran before. Lower the brake bias a little bit, see if that does anything. Still got a little oversteer. But not real bad. No, I don't play GT7. It's just, it looks really good. I really don't have the, I wish I could. I love the time. If I had the time, I probably would. Yeah, out of bounds, but that's all right. So you can see 3470. I mean, it's there. It's there, and that's in this conditions. That's about, you know, 0.6 off of what I was running in these conditions. I was running low 34s. So I mean, again, that's with the same setup. So again, and I could do a few more things, and we could easily pick up another 1/10 or 2. So. Again, hello to everybody. I appreciate everybody stopping in. I hope you give me a like while you're here, please. But yeah, I'm going to be here for a while, so if you guys bear with me, and any feedback would be great. Again, this is the first time I've ever streamed, so I've never streamed before. I'm just doing it. I'm hoping we can all figure stuff out. Maybe it'll help some people that come in. You can look at some stuff or something that you want me to look at in particular. Track car combination. It's so hard to do that on videos, to record something. I'm trying to hit more of a wider, you know, category type thing as far as trying to help a lot of people instead of just one video. You're just one specific thing. So again, I'm trying to go over the setups and older setups and some of the, maybe the older cars. Well, I shouldn't say older, but you know, not on the update, not on the new 3, but I can go over some of those too. But we can do whatever, just having fun, just having a good time. So, again, you know, trying to figure some things out just like you guys are. You know, I'm messing with my force feedback. I'm messing with some different things, trying to get a little bit more feel. And, you know, it's one thing I have noticed at some tracks, it feels like the force feedback is more detailed and really good, but then it's really weird because in some other tracks, like the slick ones, like Indianapolis, I was messing with Indianapolis. You go to Indianapolis, and you know how slick Indy is. In some of those places, it feels extremely vague. So it's just really weird how some places that has less grip, it feels like you're just not even connected at all. So I'm trying to find a happy medium in that. And exactly. See, and Cobalt said he got his wheel heavier at Zandvoort. We'll say exactly. And that's the thing. It's like some places, it feels like it might get heavier or more detailed. You have more of that force feedback, and then other places, it feels numb. Now, I'd be curious what you would say in those S's at Zandvoort because those S's are pretty slick, and I haven't tried it there, but it really would to me I would think it would be more vague going through there. So again, that's just some of the things that I'm just throwing out that I've seen, and I've been uh, driving a lot as much as I can anyway. I don't doubt it with spooky as far as that. Yeah, I bet with green because usually green again when you have a green track it's less grip, so it's going to be it's going to be really vague. You're just not going to get the information through the force feedback. That was even in the older updates, but see now it's like how can I explain this? It seems like it peaks and valleys more than it used to be. A little bit more. The peaks and valleys weren't as deep. Now it seems like the peaks and valleys are a little bit deeper, a little bit more uh, opposites. So one place you get more detailed force feedback and the steering wheel stiffer, and then other places it feels like it's way less. There's a bigger difference between the two. Again, I just want to say hello to everybody that's coming in and joining. Again, before you leave, I hope you give me a like and things. Again, this is a noob, a complete green noob as far as streaming. Um, but again, I'm just trying to do this to help. So again, to kind of go back what we were doing here, we're at the Audi at Misano, and again, all I did is take the toe that was over double and knocked it down in the front, and took at least half of the preload out of the diff. That's the only two. And then I took a click out of the sway bar too. So again, the rear end, trying to get it to where it's tracking correctly and not being too happy back there. So basically, that's what I did. And again, I'm just trying to find a good baseline to where then you guys can go off of there. And there's definitely way more in it. I mean, I know that. That's the tedious stuff. But this is to get it to where you saw what I was doing before. We'll go back to the timetables. I mean, you could see before, I ran a 35.5. That was when I did nothing. That was with the original setup in it. And then now we're running, 34, high 34s. So again, um, pretty big difference. I mean, you're looking at like, over half a second, maybe even up to 3/4 of a second if you count the out of bounds, but I just barely went out of bounds. But I mean, so again, just by doing those couple things, and it gets you back to where you can start, where you're not, you can be a little bit more competitive, and you're not feeling like you're chasing the car all over the place. So, hey, Big Pig, hey Sky, all right, I'm glad you're here. The setup I'm using, I have a Fanatec DD2 uh, direct drive wheelbase with the Formula wheel on it, and I have the Assetto pedals. So that's basically in a R seat chassis. I'd actually like to get a new chassis, to be honest with you. This one's okay, but I would really like to get an aluminum square type chassis that's something that's a little bit uh, lighter to move and do things with and add things. This thing is like an absolute uh, M1 Abrams tank. I mean, this thing is so dang heavy. It's ridiculous. I need a bodybuilder to help move this thing sometimes or something. I never move it. It's probably got imprints into the floor of my house. So, SemiCube. No, I have not. I've looked into it though. Actually, one of my supporters, Mark, I think he has a SemiCube. So I'm debating on maybe trying that one of these times. The reason I like Fanatec, okay, one reason I'm gonna like Fanatec, and really quickly here before we move on, is I like the steering wheel, okay, because it's got that little teeny little screen on it, and it has 5 different setups for different wheel or different setups you want in it, rotations and things like that. And I can adjust. I'm in so many different cars. I can within seconds I can adjust from one to another, and I have like all 5. I have different specifics for the cars that I drive the most, and then I have another one that I use that I change for the cars I don't drive that often. Okay, so again, and it's so easy. I don't have to go into the software and change it and click this and go do this. I can just change it right on my wheel and I'm gone. So I have to admit, I really like that. That makes it very simple for me and saves time. So yeah, I love the BMW wheel. Yes, this is my first time streaming, so please be nice and kind. I'm a complete noob. So again, I would like to do this a lot more. Hopefully I get, if you guys like it, I'm going to be doing this for a while. Big Pig, I hope you're still with me. Say something if you want. We're going to look at your thing here in a second. What you sent to me, I actually was messing with it last night, and I want to do a little bit more into that if you want. Yes, and so like I said, with the streaming, this is my first time, and I'm planning on doing this for a while, so I'm not going to be here just for a few minutes. So just so we can try to help each other out, and maybe I really get to meet a lot of the people that comment and things like that, and also just to have fun with ACC. I mean, again, I'm trying to figure this new update out. And I know I hear a lot of comments, everybody trying to figure it out, and some people are, having some difficulties, which I understand. I mean, I've gone through this 3 times, or I don't know. I've lost count. This is the 4th time. I think it's the 4th time. From the updates, and this is a big update, kind of like the 1.8 or I don't know. I've lost. Like I said, there's been so many updates. It's been so big that it changes the physics and tires, and it does so many different things. I can't even. How many setups I've had to do and redo? It's unbelievable. So, thank you for the welcome, ZRT. Thank you. Again, I try to. Yeah, I mean, I like to do this more. So again, I would like to stream more. So in the future, maybe look for that. Again, I wish I could. I do actually a full-time plus job, but I actually just took a few days off for ACC to spend some time trying to do some stuff with this. Since I knew the big update, that's why I'm doing this. But I would like to do some more live streaming when I have time. Just to have fun with everybody, and so we can do things that are more efficient as far as doing stuff that you would like, or doing something to help you guys that really does help, and not doing something that's just nobody really cares about. So again, thank you for everybody for stopping in. I appreciate it, and hope you give me a like. But again, see, this to me is a win, because if we're running this, then that's like within a half a second, 6/10, whatever. Again, a couple adjustments, I could be running mid-34s, no problem. So that gets you back to where you're getting close to what I was before. So again, to me, for this setup, for the Audi, that's the three big things is taking the toe out, and this is with any setup. I think it's going to be with any setup. I don't care what car you're in, any setup. You take the toe way out. You take if it's got a lot of diff, or even if it doesn't have a lot, just take at least about half of it out, and maybe even a sway bar click, and then go from there. And that, I think that's going to be with any of my setups. Now, and again, I can't speak for Go and Coach Dave and all the other setups. I have not messed with them at all. But just keep you in mind, this tire model in physics is very, very reactive to your negative toe, with all the issues they had before with guys doing all these crazy toe stuff and all this. So it's very reactive to that. And even if you can get it to run decent, you're going to wear tires pretty fast. I think the guys running negative toe in the rear are going to find out they're going to burn tires off pretty quick. Maybe it'd be good for qualifying, but I don't even know if that's going to be worth it after people get things figured out. So that takes care of the Audi. So at least we got that. Now I want to go to something else. I don't know if you guys have even seen this. I agree, Warren. I wish they would have changed the. I like the Audi. It has just a little bit better sound than the Lambo. I wish they would have changed the Huracan a little bit, the sound on it too. Maybe it'll get an update later. They've done that before, so you can always hope. So I mean, the sound isn't bad, but yeah, I agree. I kind of wish. Now I want to go to the BMW, which you can see the awesome livery. But you know what's even cooler is this other livery they have. That one, that's a Rossi. That thing's awesome looking. I love the looks of that. That thing is. He's got 3 liveries. He's got that one, then he's got this one for the endurance, and then this one for sprint. So he's got 3 different liveries on here. But I think that just looks kind of cool. I like that. But anyway, let's go do the same thing with the BMW. Now you see I ran low 34s, and that was in a race. So it's probably at better conditions and maybe qualifying. So again, I mean, I'm not trying to get to that. I'm just trying to get in the same kind of ballpark as that is. We will do the Lexus. I just want to say, any track specific? Do you want to do the Lexus at Valencia, or is it some other place? If you could let me know. And Big Pig, I hope if you let me know, Big Pig, we'll do yours too. But I don't know if you're still with us or not. So if you are here, please say something. Oh, Zolder? Okay. All right. Well, that'll be coming up here real soon. This is. I basically want to go look at this. Again, this is the latest setup that I did, racing in Pan Am, I think it was, and some other stuff. And you can see this is the setup here. And now you can see I had max toe, right? Max toe. Decent amount of preload. And that's about it, right? So again, we're going to lower the tires down maybe just a little, like about 4 or so, because I'd rather have them a little higher than too low. Wow, that's fast. A 133.1 at MISANO. That's hauling it. Oh, because what the LFM license is Zolder? I haven't looked recently. I didn't know. I thought they had it at Hungaroring. It says Zolder. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, everybody, I don't knock any of them. I love all these cars. They all have different pluses and minuses. And, I mean, it's whatever you have fun with, I mean, so I understand that. everybody has their own likes and dislikes.
Green light. Give it all you can.
Okay, so I gotta adjust this again. Because I don't, this is, back down to what I had it at. There we go. Okay, I'm good. Yeah, I think it's a great sounding car. The Lexus definitely is awesome sounding. Okay, well we're in Rossi's BMW, and again, this setup, only thing I did is just tires, of course. We're gonna see just do a few laps. And again, I'm trying to do this so we can see what the setups were with the older update and what we can do to get them kind of in a doable race environment type setup where the thing will at least halfway work. It's amazing how it feels on cold tires. It just feels like it's got no grip. Looking at the messages. Let's do like I said, I just want to do a few laps, see what it looks like. Again, the Audi was super oversteering. So let's see what this does. I gotta get back on the right gear too. I like the gearing in the BMW and the way the motor has such great mid-range. It's awesome. It really helps the car hook up a lot of times because you don't have to have the thing. Probably the same thing with the new Ferrari. Same kind of attitude. Feels like it's got some mid-corner understeer. What's crackling, my voice or the car? Mic. Why does that once in a while? I don't understand why my mic keeps. I have to invest in a new mic. The only thing I don't like about the mic, I like to get a standalone mic, but I hate those things right in front of you while you're trying to drive. Unless I got to find a way to mount it somewhere. Still feels like a mid-corner understeer. Doesn't feel as bad as the Audi. Still terrible times. See if we can get it one lap here. See, it just you get a mid corner understeer and then it oversteers. See, it's got some oversteer to it coming off. Kind of like the Audi was, but just not as bad. Not bad.
Well done, mate. Your
Not
fastest
terrible.
lap so far.
3480. I mean, that's not bad for me for what I was doing in the car before. Tire pressures need to come up a little in the front. So let's try. Let me read what's going on here. That's great with the 49ers, yeah. Yes, I really try to have high 26s. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, I try to have that. That's what I'm setting mine to, as high as kind of like 26, 7, 8 in that range. And if it gets up to 27, it's okay. Again, with this tire model, if you're off, 0.1 or 0.2, it's not the end of the world. Especially if you hit it, but then it cools back down. Okay, so let's say you hit 27.1 or 27.2 because you're going through some corners, but then you go on a straightaway and it cools back down to 26 something. That's fine. You're not going to lose it's so minute. You're not going to lose that much any kind of performance. Again, this doesn't have the narrow, teeny little window that the old tire model had. So yeah, exactly. I think it was. As far as Iprid 971, yeah, I think you're right. It did. It felt like it had very little grip. It was pushing, and on exit it had. I think it had some oversteer coming off. Still decent time for me for what I'm doing with this. But let's just do the same thing. Let's just knock this down. Let's cut this in half. Okay. Let's raise these a little bit to get them up. These are just about right. This actually can come down just a little, just one click. So all we did is that. I didn't do anything. All we did is take the toe, and we're going to cut this down in half, down to 60. And that's pretty much it. Any roll bar, I think I'm going to leave alone. And everything else we can just leave. We'll just try it out, see how it works. So again, we haven't touched. The only thing we tried is basically taking the diff, cutting it in half, and taking the negative toe and cutting it in half. And that's it. That's all we did. So, and of course, obviously tire pressures. That's a given. Let's go out and do a few laps. What's the front camber? Let me look. That right front camber is a little different. That's how I had it on the setup from original. I have it a little bit since you do a lot of fast right-hand corner. Basically, that's what I went off of before because of the tires. So this might change. Actually, I'd probably go if I had to change it. I would probably go one click less. So let's do that too. We just even up the cambers. The reason I would do that before was because of the inner and outer of the temperature, the difference. Now that is a huge difference. Now it's not even in the same universe as it used to be. Okay, so we're going to go on the conservative side and go with just this negative camber and this negative camber in the back. So we'll just do that. Thank you, Marlboro. Yeah, positive toe on the rear is definitely, that's what I'm using. So that's the way it should be. We can take it, you know, I can take a look at the old Lambo. See, I'm going to be here for a little while, so we can hit that also. Trying to get, you know, everybody going in the right direction. I mean, that's at least my goal anyway. And we can try to figure some stuff out together, what you all, to help everyone. And also, let's feel better just like that. As far as force feedback, as far as setups. Definitely feels more neutral. Again, you know, when the tires are not up to temp, I mean, you don't want it uncontrollable, but it can change a lot once the tires come up to temperature. So we're just going to do a few laps. I love all my sim racing friends. I really do. I enjoy talking to everybody and racing with everyone. Tires look a little bit more even coming up. I like that. That's one thing I always try to always have, whether it's tire pressures or brake ducts. I like them even as they're coming up to temperature. They're trying to be near even, not like one's getting, you know, going crazy and the other one, you know, isn't. Because then you start getting changes in your car handling. I love the BMW. It's another fun car again. I really do like it. feels good. Doesn't feel too bad. Little slide. And a little too deep. One more lap.
Well done, mate. Personal fastest lap.
Feels much better through there. Little oversteery. So again, it still needs some adjustments, but about the same times. Within, what, 5 thousandths? So, yeah, that's pretty consistent. So, again, I think it's a little better. I think it's a little oversteery, so most likely I'd probably want to take a click out of the ride height up here. And of course, that's not going over the shocks and things like that. It might even need a little, little bit of sway bar adjustments. But I'm just I'm trying to get the car to feel better with just a few adjustments. At least you get something where you got something to start something to start with. You can see the tire pressures are all good. That's about where I like them, up around there. You can go down one there, but you can see the difference. I mean, 9 degrees there, 10 degrees there. They're all over the place. So again, it's you almost got to check the inner and the outer on the temps. You almost have to do multiple stints where you stop the car at certain places on the track. This is what I'm trying to find out. And to see, then you can check your tires. Like stop there and then go to the pits and check your tires and see where the gap is. So like if you did a real hard left-hand turn, you go through that left-hand turn real hard, and then you would stop like the fastest. You try to find the fastest left-hand turn or the fastest right-hand turn, and then check the tires after that turn and see where they are. So like if it was the fastest left-hand turn, you would check the right side tires, and I would see the spread here and see what it is, because it changes dramatically. I mean, it could be equal all the way across, okay, or it could be the gap could be 2 or 3 degrees. So again, you're trying to, and that's where you adjust your negative cambers at. You adjust your negative cambers to try to fit that for those corners, because then on the straightaway, obviously, it's going to spread because they're going to cool down. So let me take a look and see what everybody's saying. Yeah, I think they do, Terry. I mean, dampers do anyway. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree. I would not disagree with you. I mean, I think I think they do have a little bit more to do than they did in the 1.8. But even Aries said it's still fine adjustments. It's not the balance of the car. The bigger adjustments is going to be aero. It's definitely going to be aero, wing, things like that. Those are big adjustments. Um, Springs. I still think dampers are more stability. I think they do have more to play than with the other update, with the older update. But I still think it's more the really fine tuning of getting the car to feel the way you want and to handle bumps and to stay planted on the road. Yes, I do have a 3090 Ti. But actually, see what I want to do, which I don't know how to do it. I just got to figure it out, like I do everything else. I have another. I got two Alienwares. So my other Alienware has a 3090 in it. So I got a one with the 3090 and the newer one with the 3090 Ti. I would like to be able to go because they said that you can use two PCs to stream, and maybe my quality would be even better that way. Maybe I'm looking for the best quality I can. So I mean that's my ultimate goal. Just kind of reading stuff. I appreciate it. I mean, I appreciate all the likes. Everybody coming in. It's my first time again for everybody that's new. I really thank everybody for stopping in. And again, I'm a noob as far as streaming. I'm coming up on 4 years. Basically ever since ACC came out, I've been there since the beta, and so I've been through every facet of ACC. I have close to 5,500 hours playing it. So, and I want quality. I'm a quality person. That's why I've invested in stuff that I do. And because that's what I like. If I watch something, I don't like watching the quality all nasty. So I don't blame you all either. So I try to put out the best quality I can, and I can guarantee one thing: it'll never, it won't get worse. It get better. So I always try to do stuff to improve things. I'm a big time on that. Um, Yeah, Motec. I can show Motec. I mean, you can see what it is here. Um, let's see what Motec looks like. Uh, do, do. Oh, wait a minute. Got to get that up and working. Okay. And there it is. So let's see on the last lap. Well, they're both. That's the fast lap. So yeah, it's off. Um, I mean, it's definitely it's off, but so there's improvements to be had there for sure. Um, no question. One thing I see is the rebound is too low here. Definitely needs a big improvement on that. That's a pretty big adjustment. So yeah, it's off from what the old one is. So again, all those things have to be adjusted. And when I adjust these things, when I do a setup, I must do it a half a dozen times at least. I'll get the car where it's pretty balanced, and then I start going through Motec every single time when I do different adjustments to the bump stop rates, ranges. I go through Motec every time. It's like tire pressures. You're constantly adjusting, constantly trying to improve upon it. And of course, when you change things on the setup, it changes Motec. So you're constantly doing all these different things. So it's just one of those things where it's always adjustable. Always, sometimes when you do something, it doesn't feel as good. I mean, you find out a lot of times it doesn't feel better or it doesn't work. So then you got to try something else. So that's just part of the doing the setup process. But here, you can see this. I mean, I would raise this up a good amount because that's Let's see, raise this up a good amount, up to here. I'd like to get it up farther up the graph. This isn't too bad. I mean, it's not terrible. It's not great, but that's not that bad. So again, but it's, you know, I go big adjustments. I know, because just again, I'm fighting time. I'd rather go more than have to bring it back. I mean, so that's what instead of just barely inching upon it all the time. Here, that's too high. So see, that's too high. So again, and of course I usually go like this and change it so I can get the best, you know, get the farthest, you know, use the whole graph instead of just using part of it. But yeah, I would like a smoother transition down through here. So I'll probably knock this down a little bit. Again, I do bigger changes. That's just the way I do it. I'm not saying it's right, but it's a lot of time. It's just because I don't have the time. I'm constantly fighting time. See, 47. So that's too low. Needs a big improvement there. Again, go up to the same one on the other side because the graphs look exactly the same. I mean, you can see both of them pretty much the same. So again, a lot of times that's what I'll do. If I see one that are both the same like this and the numbers are close, I just do one, and then I'll just to save time, I'll match the other the same way. So I'll just do the same thing. And then I can go more fine-tune when you're getting closer and closer. You know, again, it's just doing it in stages. And again, you learn out of this just to be as efficient as you can when I do so many setups and so many things. But the end result is when I'm done, they're as close as you can get. I mean, again, it's just, you know, you're doing broad strokes in the beginning and you just keep dialing it in, dialing it in. Thank you, Michael. Do I plan to race today? Probably tonight. I might be racing tonight. I got a Pan Am race, I think, tonight, so I might be doing that. So yeah, I'll probably be doing that. But I don't know what you mean by race where. Again, just doing a lot of this stuff right now. I'm just trying to get some styles and some setups for people, and also help. And that's what I'm doing the stream, is to help everybody, so we can all figure stuff out, and you can make your adjustments on your own particular setup, no matter what it is, to see what it makes a difference compared to with the 1.9 update. Now this, again, I don't like that. That's just kind of choppy, and I don't like the graph, even though it's under 50. But I don't like the way that is. So again, I'll bring that down. This one the same. Of course, that's over 50. That's like 51.5. So again, this needs to be all brought down. And let's see if it looks the same over here. See, it looks exactly the same. Exactly the same graph on both sides. So again, you know, to save time, I'll do the same thing. I'll go down here, and do that. And there we go. So save it. And let's go up here. Get a little more side grip. Yeah, I can live stream the race if you guys want me to. I mean, if you please, again, any feedback, I really appreciate it. Just say thank you to anybody if any feedback, because I just, you know, I'll do what you guys like to do. I bet I can stream it when I do that later. Yeah, sure. I guess I'll go ahead and do a few laps just to see if that helps, makes any difference. We'll go do that, but I got some other stuff. Again, I want to help some of the other guys that I know they're talking about doing the Huracan and the regular Huracan. There's a lot of cars, so there's a lot. Again, I'll probably live stream again tomorrow also. So again, if you want to get a list of stuff that we want to tackle to help everybody. And again, I'll probably, Might live stream some races too. Again, I think it's a good idea. Feels good for cold tires. Actually feels really good. Whoa! Now that was crazy. Alright, well, let's try that again. That seemed a little odd. I might have just got too much on too deep on the brakes on that one. So let's try that again. I'll call that driver error. Other than a car. I love hearing the sound echoing off the guardrails and stuff. That's pretty cool. It does. It feels really good over the bumps. So again, I think the shocks made a big difference there. Again, I just want to do a few laps. Nothing. I guess I remember the tires are not up to pressure yet. Nothing crazy. Just do a few laps. Almost looks like it's got too much brake bias, so I think that's what I'm going to do. Raise it up a little bit. Back end's wanting to. I think that's another thing with the 1.9. It seems like the brakes are more sensitive to locking up the rears. So it doesn't seem like I can get as aggressive with the brake bias as I used to be. Whoa, that's way out. I think it needs another adjustment. Let's try it. Let's get one good lap here and see what we can do. You don't even feel it go over the sausages. See these? Nothing. I mean, just. Okay, let's see what we can do. got distracted. Sorry. Tires look good. Doesn't feel bad. Unfortunately, a lot of times when you do one thing, you got to do something else. I'm doing a few more laps than I wanted to, but I can never see if I can. Definitely handles the bumps really good. He's got a little bit more freer in the middle. Better. Again, you got to be pushing 100%. It needs a little bit more rotation in the beginning. Coming off is good. Needs a little bit more turn in. Still did better, but
well done, mate. The fastest step so far.
Still has a teeny bit of coming off oversteer and a little less turn-in, so it needs a little of those both. So again, I would say most likely it's this. I'd take a click out of the anti-roll bar, and I'd probably go up one in the ride height. So again, that gets the back end not going in better into the turn, and coming off, it's not getting oversteery. So those are the things I would do. Maybe go up a little bit in the brake bias, just a little bit. And again, I like going up a little bit so I can go down during the race. I always start, not optimum all the way down, because that's a tool that I can use to help the car change its attitude. So, but again, these are things that, again, just a little adjustment here, a little adjustment there, and there's always more to do, but you get the idea of what we got to do to get an older setup to work. Let's just do the last replay. Anybody that hasn't seen, you can see Rossi's car, one of his cars. I think it looks awesome. What do y'all think? Y'all think it looks good? Yeah, I mean, what do you think of Rossi's new car? That looks cool. I think it looks awesome anyway. I mean, like I said, let me know what y'all think. Because his other livery looks really cool too. I mean, really bright and stuff, but I like that too. That looks pretty cool. I love the BMW. It's a great car. front engine car. It's really nice to drive. Again, that's why I have so many cars I like. I love all of them, really. It has to be yellow. Okay, I'm gonna hit the Lambo. What Lambo where though? Where do you want the Lambo at? Here at MISANO or somewhere else? That's what I need to know. We'll do the Lambo next since it's late for Cobalt and he's got to go to bed. I love, again, I'm kind of not sure where everybody's at. So again, I know there's a lot of different time differences in all over the world, but that's really cool. Somebody that's old school, that's pretty neat because you meet a lot of people from all over the world. And I am humbled and I really say thank you to everybody because again, I love it. I mean, I love that we all have the same passion and just love doing the stuff that we do with racing, real and sim racing. So again, I think it's a big improvement. Again, it's headed in the right direction. And I think it was Terry that said so. I think it was, shocks do make a big difference. I love Australia. I got so many friends or people in Australia, friends, that I love Australia. Stu's still teaching me some of the lingo over there in Australia. But he says he's going to make an Australian out of me yet. Yeah, I love the Aston. Yeah, no, UK it's not too bad in UK. I think it's 5 hours difference. I know I talked to Joe Blow before, and I think he said it was like 5 hours difference over there, so that's not too bad. It's hard to talk to like people in Australia though. 14 hours, that's a lot. Oh, ZANDVOORT. Oh, okay. Okay, well let's head over to ZANDVOORT real quick, and just touch that. Again, we're going to jump around a lot, do some different stuff. And again, I'm just trying to help and get you everybody going in the right direction for right now on this stream. And also just doing it since I'm a noob, a green noob for the first time. I'm trying to get a hold of that also. ZANDVOORT. Let's pick a Lamborghini, the original. Of course, I'll just pick this one. Like, me and K-Pack. So we'll go that. Okay, so 135. High 135 is what we did before. Oh, M4 is definitely still competitive. No question. There's no question it's still competitive. And, of course, even if it is a little bit out, I mean, you got, they are going to be making BOP adjustments. I know that's coming. It's going to be coming for sure. So, even if it is a little out, maybe in the beginning, in a few weeks, I'm sure that they'll be doing adjustments to BOP. They do usually do it almost every single time. Okay. And I haven't been here with the Lamborghini in a while. So let's go. See, that's the last one I did. It's over a year old. March of 22. So let's look at this. So far, the toe doesn't look too bad. Oh, see, I got negative toe in the back. That's no good. Let's see if I have any newer one. No, that's no good. See, that's probably from the old. That's more the old thing. So, hope you're following me, Cobalt. Of course, I had 83 liters. I'll cut it down to 62 or something. All this looks pretty good, actually. It actually looks pretty decent. Only a couple things look out. And more wing. So, tire pressures look pretty decent, actually. Not too bad. Yeah, I do find it odd with the 296 with the brake bias. But, again, I think all the cars, to be honest, the Porsche even, which has usually had the most brake bias out of anybody, it seems like it likes less now. Otherwise, the back end really does a snap you just snap, lose it, or you got to be so careful braking just straight and no trail braking at all. But again, a lot of it's depending upon the setup and what you have. So I do think it's odd for mid-engine, but I really think all cars in general are going to be happier with a little bit less of the rear brake bias in my opinion. Yeah, 10 wing. Yeah. Yes. I agree. So we're going to do a quick one here. As far as adjustments, one of those on, I mean, this is definitely off. I can already tell you right now it's off. So let's just go. Let's go to 0.5. Just a little bit of positive toe on the rear. Let's raise this a caster. Raising the caster and the toe. That's all we're doing here. Everything else is close. Here, let's see how this looks. I'm going to lower this down. Leave that alone. Everything else looks fine. I'll leave that alone. So we just lowered the bump stop rates a couple. And here. I'm going to go to 9 on the wing and just leave this alone. So we're going to leave the heights alone. Just go up 9 in the wing. So let's go ahead and do that. So try to keep track, Cobalt.
Green light, green light. Go,
Go
go.
up to my other setting. If you have any questions, Cobalt, let me know. Let's see what she does. This is the very first time I've driven the old Huracan with the 1.9. Very first time. You know, it's hard for me to say that I have a favorite. Oh, major understeer. Major understeer. This turn is one of my turns that I always struggle with. It's just always hard to find grip through here. Gotta love the Huracan. Or does this place burn up left side tires? Yeah, it's definitely understeering. But some of that could be tires. So again, pretty good through here. Not bad. Let's turn the brake. Let's turn the brake bias a little bit. See what it does. And yes, I have my head movement is on. It's better. I've had head movement forever. I just like it because that's how I used to be on the track in real life. You know, that's how I did it. So when you look through a corner, and I don't have triples, so I just kind of like it how you're moving with the wheel. Just my personal preference. Sometimes I don't know, first or second's better through here. Tires coming up, they're off. You see what I said about the last time when I was, how the difference of tires coming up, they're off. So again, that's something that, got to be adjusted. I mean, that's way off.
main, this is the universal best.
See if we do any better. Oh, that's terrible. A little improvement, but man. He'd be better through here. Is struggling through here. That's a little better.
Further main, universal best.
All right. Felt a little better. Yes, you gotta love the sound of the Lambo. You just gotta love the sound. I mean, I just, you know, I do. I do, for sure. The next lap, I'll show you something I do when I'm doing a setup. We'll stop at a corner, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So, hope I can remember to do that. But let's see. Let's look at this. Let's lower this down. Let's see, because this is definitely an older setup, it's over a year old, so there's a lot of adjustments. But this here is going to come up probably 3 or 4, so I might just go up. Let's wait 1 or 2. This is going to come up, so this needs to go down, because usually this is the rears are going to be lower than the fronts, especially in the rear engine. So I'm going to go down here like that. Same with this. Probably not too much. It's probably going to come up a little bit more, and this needs to go down a bunch. Not a bunch, but definitely a little bit. So let's do that. Get us in the ballpark. Again, you're just creeping on it, creeping on it, creeping on it. Let's go down here, here. So again, just again, this is a ballpark thing. This is a lot of times how I do it when I do a setup. You know, get in the ballpark, and then you start concentrating on certain areas. But you got to get some kind of base going. So again, looks like the 1.9 likes a little bit less negative camber than the 1.8. So again, just go down to like 1 click. Electronics weren't too bad. Fuel, of course, not that bad. Now you look at the tire wear. Again, as you can see, the tire wear is always more to the rear with the 1.9 and everything, and that's what you're fighting. And even though, and this is probably actually pretty good for the Lambo, is usually one of the better cars I've seen so far in the early stages with tire wear from front to rear. So again, I think that's good. Mechanical. Well, everything else here looks decent, but again, we need more grip. This thing is so slick here. I'm going to take a chance and do this. Okay, what am I doing? I'm going through this kind of in a speed round. But again, bump stop rates can affect a lot of different things, but one I've seen before anyway is it can affect grip. You have really high bump stop rates, it can affect your grip. I'm still trying to see how it does in the 1.9, but it still seems that it is doing similar. So again, I'm going to try it. Again, we're trying different things. This is all big test session. So we're going to lower this down. I need more grip on the front. And I lowered the springs, but increased the bump stop rate so it has a limit. it will only go down so much. But I need more grip in the rear also. Okay, so we have any roll bar is decent. I'm not going to worry about damper shocks right now. And I'm going to go down one in the front because, again, when you do this, it stays the same. It seems like I don't want to raise the rear more because that's what comes up. That's what comes up also when your fuel comes off. That comes up in the back. So I really don't want to raise the rear anymore for right now. So I think we'll just lower the front and see how that goes. Maybe even go with a 10 wing. See how that goes. Yes, I do that. I've seen that too, Cobalt. Hey, KB. How you doing, man? Awesome sim racer. I love racing with KB. It feels better. I think it feels pretty good. But, I mean, it's just, I think it feels, the Huracan feels great. Again, I want to try to see if we can improve. Again, I'm always looking for drivability with no performance loss. That's what I'm always looking for. So basically, and I don't care about fast laps. I mean, they are. I'm not saying I shouldn't care. That's a wrong statement. I care, but it's a secondary. I'm looking for good laps, but also consistent laps, drivability, tire wear, all those kinds of things is what I always do my setups off of, because that's what wins races, or that's what you get with good finish. That's how you get a good finish. So again, let's try this and just see how it goes. I'm kind of skeptical of this wing, but let's just try it and see how it does. You don't know until you try it. Oh, wrong tires. Still on set 1, so let's go back. Let's get a fresh set, even though they're not that bad, but just get a fresh set so we have comparing apples to apples. I love the Huracan and the Audi. Well, really the Evo 2. The other Audis I'm really not too fond of. I just never got along with them. I love the Evo 2. But I like the Huracan and the Huracan Evo 2. Those cars are just... I like the Evo 2 even better. I think it improved upon everything on this car. Kind of like the Evo 2 did with the Audi. Same kind of thing. So let's see. Let's see what it does. See, so you look at the tires, you see them coming up. They're more near equal on front to rear compared to what it was before. Before it was like the fronts were not near coming up and the backs were getting warmer. And see, that's the things I don't like. I like them to come up near the same. That's pretty good. We got a big improvement there. Tires are still cold. Yeah, a little slidey through here. Not bad.
Well done, mate. The fastest lap so far.
One more. Not bad. Tires a little high. Ow, shoot. Tried it too much. One mess up. Still, this got a 36 in it for sure. Still needs more adjustments, but it's definitely a lot closer. I might have to go back up probably. So probably just go to do that. Back up to the brake ducts. And that'll keep the tires back down because they were right at the max. So I might actually go up one on each because they were going up equal. You can see they're almost all equal, so I like that. Oh, I forgot to do that other thing again. Dang it. I was going to do that. But it feels like it's a little oversteery. So in the back. The front feels good, but the back doesn't. So I'm going to go down a couple in the rear and then go back down in the wing in 9. Actually, I'm going to go down 3 in the rear and down 1 wing. So, and try that. Let's look at the tire wear. See, tire wear looks good. I'm telling you, the Lamborghini seems like it's one of the better for tire wear from what I've seen. And this is not even the Evo 2. This is just the Evo. Let's see what everybody's saying. Thank you, Danny. Cheers. Thank you, Cobalt. Hey AJ, yeah, I plan on it. Yeah, I signed up for the Group 1. So let's go ahead and I guess I can do a quick Motec with this and see what we got just to get an adjustment. Yeah. Yeah, it needs to come up. A little bit of rebound. No, not too much. That's got too much. That needs to come down. Compression definitely needs to come down. There we go. See, that needs to. It's not real bad there. Actually, it's not too bad. It's in pretty good graph there. Well, I won't mess with it. Let's see. That's not too bad either, but it does need to come down a little bit. Not much as the other one. The left side was way worse. That's why. So probably the same thing. So let's equal these out. Okay, there we go. So now see they're equal now. Let's look at it. And again, I can increase the graph. We'll go up to like 6 or 7, so I can get a better look at it. You know, you get the full view of the graphs, see how it's going on the low and the high and the low. Again, a little over 49. It's not too bad. It's just a lot of times with Lamborghini, it doesn't have the greatest graphs, to be honest. On the rear, usually it's always the rear. It does a lot of this stuff like this. Go down a little bit. And that's a little high. Not bad, but it is a little high. Again, with the update, trying new things, and you can see it looks the same on both sides. So I'm just going to go ahead and equal it out. And then we'll move on after this. This last time I'll do adjustment. We'll go ahead and, what the heck is this? But let's move on. Okay, let's see what it does. And believe me, I say I'm doing this. I'm just doing it in, how you call it, fast mode. Because I know we're wanting to look at different stuff and things like that, and more cars relevant. So I'm just trying to help also show that some of the older cars, you can still make them where they, they're better and they can still do decent. Especially with older setups, what to adjust. Feels good though. It doesn't feel bad at all for cold tires. Over the bump good. This is always a tough section for me, is through these S. Trying to find grip. Doesn't feel too bad. A little better. Dab of the brake, help the car rotate. Feels pretty good through there. I want it as free as I can through that last turn. Absolutely as free as it can. That's how you gain the speed down here. On Huracan. That was pretty good too. really good through there. That's better. Let's do it now. Let's go down here to the end, like I say.
Fastest lap so far.
Now, see, that's what I do. I'll do that every track. That's a really hard right-hand turn. So now what I'll do is I'll go back to the setup. Now look at, see? There's 3 degrees difference between here and only 2 here. So that's not bad. That's doable. I don't mind that at all. I want, you know, at least a couple degrees difference, 2 to 3 at least. So that's not bad. Excuse me, I'll take that. That actually needs to come up 1. But yeah, that's good. But see, that's how I check it. Because what happens is if you don't have enough camber in it, what will happen is these numbers here will all be equal, or the outside will actually have more temp than the inside. So that tells me that then if that's the case, then I don't have enough negative camber. But let's say you have a really big spread here of temperature, you might have too much, and you need to lower this down. You need to take some negative camber out. Okay, but you're only going to find that out on the load side of the car. Like I said, a right-hand turn, I'm going to check this side, and then I'm going to check, I'll do the same thing, do a left side, you know, left turn, and then I'll stop and I'll check this side and see what it is. And that way you always know your negative camber is going to be really close to what you need, you know, what the car is looking for to optimize it. Because it makes a big difference. It does make a big difference on feeling the tires and the tire wear and all those kinds of things. I don't even think these were new tires. I think I thought I went out in 3, but I guess I didn't. Nope. So those were the used tires, and I still put a faster lap in. So and they weren't even brand new, so I could have went faster than that. So again, it shows that it's going in the right direction. And again, that's just with this, you know, updated setup for the Huracan. So again, there's ways you can find time. You can find time. I'm sure I could get it, you know, keep dialing in, keep playing with it. You can get it even closer and closer. Let's look at the last lap. Hey, Bruno. Good speed, 158. But see, they all got more speed because of the rolling resistance and things like that. The new tire model, I think all the cars are going to have all of the cars have a little bit more speed. Okay, I got a question for everybody. I'm testing all 3 new cars at Monza. Who do you think has the most speed down the front straightaway? Complete between the Porsche, Lamborghini, and the new Ferrari, the new 3 cars, and how much difference? How much do you think it is by? So let me know. What's your comments? What you think it is? But yeah, I was doing the setups for all 3 of those cars at Monza. Are y'all interested in that? But I was actually working on that yesterday. They're probably 3/4 of the way done, roughed in. But yeah, I was just wondering if anybody's interested in new setups for Monza for the new cars. Thank you, Cobalt. I hope it helps. Do you want me to leave? I can leave this setup later on in the description or something like that if you want me to. Leave a link in the description if you want it. Just let me know, yay or nay, or did you get it and copy it off? I didn't know if you got it or not, but I love the new track. But see, that's how I do it. I usually go around there, and that's how I do it. Doesn't look? I could look at this stuff like this all day. I mean, that's the stuff that's kept me in ACC. And like I said, I've got 5,500 hours. and I never get tired of the cars or just doing things that I'm doing like I am right now today. It's just awesome. I love all the different characteristics and sounds. I'm in GT heaven. But 5,500 hours. No, it was almost 55. It was 54 or 80 or 90 something. I don't remember exactly. That's the last time I checked. So it might be over 5,500 now. I don't know. So I know we had some Lexus stuff. What was that? Zolder, I think, is what they were talking about. I mean, again, another car that I've never messed with since the update. So let me know, Cobalt, what you want me to do, if you want me to do that or not. Like I said, just let me know. Let's see. Lexus. I don't mess with it that often. I can't even find it. I know it's here somewhere. There it is. Oh, that's one of my custom liveries. Pretty cool livery. I like it. Vassar Sullivan. Okay. Let's go ahead and take that out. And we're at Zolder. A little track is so underrated. I love this place. I don't race. I haven't been here in a little bit. Oh, you got it? Okay, Cobalt. I just want to make sure. Cobalt's your favorite? I don't blame you. It's a great little track. I mean, you know, in the beginning I was like, Cobalt. I mean, Zolder. You know, I don't know. But then after you start playing, it was just like, wow, this is a cool place. I mean, it just, again, and on the question of Valencia, I love that place. I love it. It reminds me of MISANO, and I've already told that to like Mark and Stu and some of the guys that I've talked to in leagues and stuff, that it reminds me of MISANO. If you think about it, it's exactly the same mile an hour at MISANO as it is at Valencia. Exactly. And the track is very similar. Very similar, and I love MISANO. It's one of my top tracks that I love. I enjoy it. So let's try the Lexus, right? Again, I haven't done a setup I haven't done too many on the Lexus anyway. So again, we're not, I don't know if anybody is interested. Again, let me know any comments. It's been a long time. It's been a year since I've done anything even remotely here with it. Probably just messing around. I do that a lot of times. I mess around. Yeah, this is junk. This is the stuff messing around with. Let's just see. I can do stuff like this and just do something really quick and it doesn't take me long till I get something roughed in. Again, just lower everything down. Electronics, leave that alone. Fuel, just go down to like 55 liters. Leave that alone. Leave that alone. See how it goes over the curbs, right? That's the thing to check, is see how it goes over the curbs. I do have telemetry on. Let's go higher. Let's do that. Let's just try it. I'm just messing around. We're all just having fun, right? So let's just see what it does.
Green light. Go, go, go.
Gotta love the sound of this thing. Epic. So let me adjust my wheel. right, good. And of course, exactly the wheel is doing exactly what my wheel's doing. So if you see it shaking or see it do whatever, that's exactly what my wheel's doing. Or how much I'm turning it or whatever. Good. Very good through there. A little harsh. But see, this is the key through here at Zolder. You have to attack that corner. So if the car gets upset going through there, you're losing time. It's got to absorb it and go. That's where you gain a lot of time at Zolder, is right through that section. It's that and that last corner before the little straightaway. I mean, you got some places that really need to make sure that the car does good through there, or you're going to lose time. Oh, this is LF's favorite car. It's the only one he drives. He's out for a couple weeks, so he's not driving right now. Whoa. Maybe it just needs to stay in the other gear. I think that's what it was. It upset it because it's downshifting. Whoa! I have to raise this up some more. Got to go over the sausages. I think I need to raise the front end. Whoa. I think it's hitting. Let's see if we can get at least one decent lap. Tire pressures are all good except the left front, but I might have lost some pressure. Let's see if we can do one decent lap. Dang, I did it again. That time. Better. Like it through there. Okay.
Personal fastest lap.
130.20. I mean, it's not terrible, but I mean, I think I can get into 29s. Not that difficult. Oh, let's see what we can do a little bit here. Just quickly. I mean, roughed in, it's not bad. To be honest, I'm gonna lower these down again, just because it's take over the sausages and stuff. See if it does any better. I'm gonna go a little bit more on the diff. And then here, let's try to do that. Let's go up. Let's see what it does. See if you take fuel out, it goes up in the rear. So that's the thing. The front stays exactly the same. It's just the rear that goes up. And I check that in every setup I do because it makes a difference on, especially if you're running long stints, it makes a big difference on how the car reacts. So I check that on every setup I do. I check it and see what the car changes during its, at its lowest fuel, level. And see, it goes up 2 in the back. So I think I'll leave that alone, and I'll turn this down just a little. So we'll put the rear down a couple. But what we're going to do to compensate is give it a little bit more negative toe. That'll keep the turn in decent. And also, I noticed the tires were blue on the edges. It might help it a little bit on that. A little bit more. When you put negative toe, it helps the edges of the tires get too cold. So this again, really quick. Let's just do another. See, what did I have this at? Let's just go up one more on the, especially here, brake ducts. Let's just go up one more. Keep the tire pressures decent. Let's go down there. Remember where I was at here. Let's go up 1 or 2 there, 1 there, because I opened up the brake duct, so that's going to bring the tires down. But again, let's do a quick Motec too, because here with the shocks, it does make a difference going over all these things. Let's go to the last one. There we go. Yeah, it definitely needs a little bit of work. That needs to be brought down. Again, with all these big curves, look at the rear. Look at the bump on the back. That's way off. So we can go. Again, this is just ballparking it. There we go. And that should bring this down, all this down. And we need to definitely bring this down. This is way too high, and it's way too high. So let's go ahead and bring that down a good amount. Okay. And then this, let's see. Actually, the one needs to come up, but the high needs to come down, but the low needs to go up. So this needs to come up, but this needs to come down. Good amount. Okay. And then this is way off. That's way off. Both of these are way off, so they got to come way down. So I'm going to bring this down. Basically cut them in half. Actually, a little more than half, I think. Again, we're just messing around. But this is how I'd usually do it, because then if it's the other way, then I can go back the other way. So again, you got to make, with time is always against you, you got to make big changes, especially when they're off a lot. So let's just do a few laps again, and that'll be it for the Lexus. And we can, but I think the improvement. See, one thing I don't like about the Lexus, I should say, is this pillar. A-pillar right here. It's always in my way. Usually I change my view, so I change my, I look in more or something when I'm in the Lexus because the thing just bothers me. I can't see where I want to see when I'm turning. So when I'm turning left. So one of the things that irritates me with the Lexus, but that's the way it is. It's like right here. So you can't see when you're wanting to turn because the thing's in the way. Bad. Again, the harder you can attack it, the better off you'll be. You'll gain time through there. And another thing, trying to, brakes are important, especially right through there. So we'll turn up the brakes here, like when we go one lap. Turn up the brake bias, just to see if it helps. That's another thing I usually do. I usually check the brake bias sometime because it might hurt. It might be too much. So I try to find the limits of what the brake bias is good for that setup. Tire's still cold. Rotation. Too deep. Let's knock that down just a teeny bit. Brake bias. See if we can get a good lap. Bad. Back end, it's too much brake bias. It's see what I'm saying? It's back end dancing around. Oh, we got the 29s. Not bad. Again, it's roughed in. Still needs a lot more to do to get it down where it needs to be. But you can see just running there. You got 12-degree spread here, 11 there. But again, that's why I do it like I showed you at ZANDVOORT. I always go through pick a corner that's probably the fastest that I think it is anyway, or the highest load, and I do that for each side, and then I check the negative camber, because this might need to come down. I mean, you don't know. That's the only way that I know to check, to really know that you're using all the tire. That's what you're trying to accomplish, using the whole tire, but not, you know, if you need to lower it, adjust it to so you're using the whole tire. Then you get more grip going through the corner. So that's the only way I know to find out anyway. But here it almost acts like you need to go up one. So again, just things you find out. But I mean, I think it's decent. You know, run a 29. So again, I'll put Sky Temp on here. I always do that when I have one roughed in. So again, you know, if anybody wants any of these setups, I can leave them later in the description. If anybody wants them, I can make it a roughed in setup and just leave it in there if you want a copy and paste type thing. But let's just watch a replay of the lap. The only place I share my setups is on my YouTube, on my channel. So again, if you haven't subscribed, please do. All my setups are free. I do try to, I do have a PayPal account if you want to, support me that way. I appreciate anybody that has, and if you do that, I really say thank you. Any amount is good, but you don't have to. Just liking and subscribing and just following is support too. So again, I think it looks cool. That car does look good. I like that livery. So again, see a little loose through there. Gotta love the sound of the Lexus too, though. Gotta love the sound of the Lexus. It sounds really good. For an older car, it still looks really good. It's not bad. I mean, it's controllable. You can easily get back down into the... you can easily get, another half a second out of it just by driving it more and tuning on the setup some more to get over the bumps better without losing time and just balance. It's there. I'm using the cockpit view, just the normal one. I'm not using the helmet, no. And hello to everybody. So again, no, JL, I definitely never been here before because this is my first one. So, so no, you haven't missed anything as far as this is my first live stream. I just decided to do it because I thought maybe I could help more people that way. I mean, that's my thought. I hope I am. With the update and just tuning the setups they already have. Just to, I'm sure there's a lot of good setups out there. I think they're going to be more to what real life is, not these wonky setups that have nothing to do with what real life is. So I think they'll be closer to that now. I mean, it's still a sim. It still has its, that's never going to go away. But I think it'll be a step or two closer than it was before as far as to what real sims are. And I think a lot of that is from the racing community, because obviously they do that, and they're doing that and for points, and they're doing it at the events and things like that. And they're probably like, what is this? They got to do something so wonky to get the thing to do what they to race at the events. I'm talking about the real race drivers are racing in ACC and stuff like that, because they do that for points, which is the only sim that's ever done that. No other racing sim, to my knowledge, has done that where it's counted for actual points in the real series. McLaren? Yeah, I can do McLaren. Well, it does. I mean, to a certain extent, I agree with you, and I'm still not. So this is very prematurely because I haven't done all the tracks, all the cars, things like that. But like I said earlier in the stream, the cars seem like a Jekyll Hyde. Okay, that's the best way I can explain it. Some tracks it feels really good, and you feel the grip, and the force feedback is even more defined, and more that you get more of it. But then other places that aren't as grippy, okay, like Indianapolis is one of them. ZANDVOORT, I mean that slick section there, and I'm sure there's some other ones. You always got tracks that aren't that grippy. You feel more vague. You don't feel it. I think the difference between grip and less grip is bigger now. Does that make any? I hope that makes sense from your force feedback. Where before you could feel it, but it wasn't that big of a difference. Now the difference between a grippy track and a slick track is broader. So what you're doing is when you get to a slick section on a track, it's like totally vague. It's like, to be honest, I don't like that. I don't like that. I like it the way it was, where you still feel it, but it's not that big of a difference. And unfortunately, unless they do it in a hot fix, it's probably what we're with. So I'm trying again. I'm trying to do some adjustments on my force feedback to try to find a happy medium. The new cars, I mean, I love the new cars. I can't say anything negative about all three of them at all. I love the new cars. They're great. I don't even know. They're all good. I mean, there are going to be goods and bads about all of them. I think the Ferrari is my biggest surprise because I was least excited about it, but I love the Ferrari because the sound is even. The sound is even good. I like the sound. I like the feeling. It's very easy to drive. So really, the Ferrari is probably the biggest surprise for me. The only thing I don't looks, and I know is subjective, is the looks. I'm not that big on the looks, and it's mainly just the back end of the car. Which, if you saw my setup for it, I said that in that review. But that's just the outside. That's not the way the car drives or performs. It performs great. It's going to be an animal. It's going to be a very strong car. So especially setups get dialed in more and get used to it. It's very strong. But I kind of like the sound of it. It's got some pops. It's got some attitude, some personality. Where most 6 cylinders are like, eh. And actually, this one isn't too bad. So. As far as the other three, yes, I agree. The Porsche does seem a little slidey to me. But to be honest, I don't think it could be in a setup. So again, I'm talking prematurely here until really all the facts are in. I'm still working on some setups for it, and it doesn't feel too bad. So again, maybe in a little while we might change that. Yeah, out of the three, it does feel a little slidey compared to the Lamborghini. Lamborghini is probably what I enjoy the most right now. Actually, if I had to say I had to pick one, I think the Lamborghini Evo 2 is the one I enjoy the most. It has the great sound. It feels more hooked up. But that's about it. I mean, I think that's the best for me right now, but I think that I love the Porsche. The sound of the Porsche is really, I like it. I think the sound is really good, and I think the handling will come. It's just taken a while to get the balance right and to figure it out. So, what it likes, what it doesn't like, what kind of, to increase the grip. And so, like you said, the slidey feeling. Again, I want to take it on other tracks also, because I don't think Valencia's got the most grip in the world either. So I would like to take it to some other tracks where the grip is a little better and see what it feels like there. So again, it's right now I haven't run it at that many tracks to really feel that way. So now at Monza, like I said, I don't know if anybody heard from earlier what I said about Monza. I was doing some setups for all 3 new cars there. I don't know if anybody's interested, but it didn't feel bad. See, it didn't feel slidey at Monza at all. So the Porsche, and that's with a lower downforce setup. It doesn't even feel slidey. So again, a lot of it depends upon, I think, the track. Again, when we talk about the force feedback, I think that's one thing I wish they could improve. It just seems like the difference between a grippy track and a non-grippy track is too broad. I think they need to narrow that range down. So, yeah, you want to feel a difference. Don't get me wrong, but you don't want to feel that big a difference. You don't want to feel like you got all kinds of grip, and then when you go to the track gets a little slicker, there's like totally numb, and you're just sliding. Yeah, like your force feedback totally went away. That's not what you want. So again, I don't know what to say about that one. Maybe between force feedback adjustments and setup adjustments, we can, hopefully with the community we can minimize that. But I mean, again, that's my take on it so far at the start anyway. No problem, Clutch Racing. I mean, just give you my honest opinion. Again, I hope if anybody that's here, give me a like. I'd really appreciate it. And again, any suggestions as far as a live stream and stuff like that, I really appreciate it. Again, it's my first time, so I'm a complete noob. But I will try to do other things and try to improve upon it. Again, I guess the mic is okay. I haven't heard. I mean, everybody said it was all right. I haven't heard any complaints about it recently, so I'm assuming it's okay. And the sound of the car is okay, I guess. So I assume that's all right. Let's go. I heard a McLaren. So I was doing, and Big Pig I think that was his name, was in here, but he never came back to me. So I guess he's gone. That's a shame because I was working on something for him. Let's go to Indy, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. In Indianapolis, let's pick McLaren. Okay, I'm picky about what car I like. So unfortunately, I'm just that way. There's so many nice cars. It's like, which one do I want? There's so many good ones. I was running this car earlier. Yeah, I didn't remember seeing these liveries. These ones with got the. It's kind of funny looking, kind of cool looking. But anyway, but yeah, grab this one. You see my fastest is a low 36 in the Porsche. Okay. But I don't, and that's before the update. I haven't run it again. I don't run it Indy all the time. I don't mind the track, but it's just kind of wish they would update it to the other layout. I don't like the way the layout is, but that's just my opinion. So again, let's just jump in really quick. No, I have not tried, because usually head tracking, I don't know, I've tried, I used to have a track IR, but it just seems like they always got to mess with them all the time. But I haven't tried it, so I don't know. Maybe it would be better. So I have no insight on that. Okay, let's see what I got here. Looks like a little bit of adjustment. So yeah, I don't have really any insight on it because I never have used it, but I used Track IR before, and it's just, you got to reset it, and you got to do this and that. It's just this, this is simple, and I can adjust it simple in the game. Sometimes it's usually only one click. It's not like I have to do big adjustments, but just like I said with the Lexus, sometimes I got to do just one click to get me to look a little bit more through the corner to get past the A-pillar. So craziest coming on the track out of any track I've ever seen. Okay, let's see what we got. Can't wait till they come out with the Evo version of this. See, right through here is what I'm talking about. I can feel some, but it's hardly any force feedback through there at all. Compared to the rest of the track, it's not that bad. See, that's why I like Coda here. You know, when you got these tight turns, I like to have to look a little bit just to help me judge it better. So that's why another reason I like it. You know, when you're looking into the turn just a little bit, it helps with some of those really tight turns like that. It's just numb through here. I mean, it's just totally numb. And I got a DD2, so it's not like I don't, you know. And it's tough for me because I'm jumping from one car to another. So, I mean, obviously, if you're sticking with one car, you can really dial in everything. You know, the force feedback and things like that. You can really get to where, you know, you got to just optimize for that car. But, you know, I can't, it's hard for me to do that because I am literally, just like we have in the stream, I'm literally just jumping from one car to another. Tires are coming up all right.
Well done, mate. That's all the best.
We can get a decent lap. One of these curves, or the, you know, curbing is not that bad anymore compared to what it used to be. See, I can't stand it through here. It stinks. Ah, that wasn't good. Lost a little time through there. Again, I don't drive the McLaren a ton, so kind of interested for the Evo 2 though to see how that works. I knew I'd cut that. This corner is so odd. All right, let's see if we can do one more. I'm trying to get a legal lap. The tires are staying right there, so that's good. a while to get my brain hooked around track and car. A little too oversteery. Yeah, it's a little too oversteery. I need another wing. This thing's got no grip in this track. Well, it's a good sound. All right, what's everybody saying? Yeah, RJH said about the, with super soft suspension, it makes sense. So yeah, I mean, something I haven't been at Hungaroring since with the new update, so I would make sense because again, that track is not grippy. That's a very slick track. So again, that would make sense. Again, super soft, and that's what I've been going with all my setups. I mean, I'm just going what the car is telling me. If it doesn't have grip, I try to soften this up, soften that up to where I get the feeling the way I want it to. Those setups that I did for all the setups that came out yesterday were that way, but also the tire pressures were staying where they needed to be. Everything was, the tire wear was the good as best I could make it. But yeah, here, I mean, you got different, probably need to go over Motec, but again, let's see. Don't really need more brake bias because it's already getting loose. Probably the rear end of the car. So that's another thing. It's got, the front end isn't too bad, but I think the rear end is actually needs to come down with the spring, and that's will help it from that sliding. You get that sliding thing going on. A lot of times, it's the rear springs. They're too stiff. A lot of times. Now I could stiffen this up one. I might do that just to try it. I don't know because it's, again, you don't have a lot of grip, so I'm not real confident with that. But again, a lot of times with this stuff, you just got to try it and just see how it works. I mean, and this is what doing the setup, it takes hours and hours. I mean, those setups I did for Valencia, I mean, I spent, like I said, the one setup I did 100 laps or more. Without, I mean, it takes a long time for me anyway. Maybe somebody else is quicker, but for me to do it, it takes a long time, and I can really go through things pretty quick. But I'm looking for a certain feeling, a certain feedback, performance, and things like that. So until I'm happy with it, then I won't post it. I won't put it out there. But yeah, I mean, really, turn-in is pretty decent. Turn-in is actually pretty good. I think it's the spring, if I had to guess. The springs are probably too stiff. I hate to go back down here because that's already pretty low. So I really don't want to go down more in the rear to ride height-wise. I could raise the front, but then that slows your top speed down the straightaway, and you start losing front-end feeling. Anytime you raise the front, you're gonna lose front-end feeling more and more. So, an opposite is true. So again, that's just general stuff with any car. Down one there. Keep that the same. Go up one there. So let's go over Mode Tech really fast. See if there's any. So again, you got some pretty good. All right, I'll go about. So a little off. Tall graphs though, but they look decent. But they are off. Let's see. Go up some there in the rebound. This might help a little. That's too much, so that needs to come down. That's the same exact thing. See how that's how I look at it. If you look at the graphs and they look the same, a lot of times in the beginning, that's what I do. I'll just generalize it for time, and I just equal them out, and then go. And then as I go, I get more. Like I said, I get more and more detailed as I go, to where I start really nitpicking every corner. But in the beginning, for time's sake, I just generalize it. That needs to come down a little bit. So I'll come down. That needs to come down. That's too high. Not a ton though. So we'll do the same thing here. There we go. All right. And all my setups, I do this. Is the same thing I do for every one. Yeah, so I can do that. I can show the liveries. Not a ton of them, but there's just some good ones. We can go do that really quick. Let me just do this. Again. Love talking to, again, just like I say in my videos, I love talking to all my sim racing friends from all over the world. I really enjoy it. And I appreciate everybody stopping in. And again, please give me a like if you could before you go. And any suggestions, feedback, again, you know, I love it. I love all your feedback, and I always try to improve everything I do, whether it's the quality of the video, you know, graphic-wise, sound-wise, whatever, what content. Again, I've been doing pretty much only ACC because that's all I got time for. It's not that I don't want to do other things, but that's all I got time for. Anyway, I probably have time for that, to be honest. But I've been doing this since the beta, and my channel since ACC's been out, so I've been through the whole gamut of all the different variations. Okay, I'm going to turn up my force feedback. See if it helps me a little bit. I don't know if it's going to clip. I don't think it will, but a teeny bit is, like I said, a teeny bit's okay, but I don't want it to clip real, bad or anything. Yes, he seems a little better. And we didn't even change the balance of the car. We just changed the spring, the rear spring, and the front spring. Or did we not change the front spring? I don't even remember. But anyway, I know we changed the rear spring. Makes a big difference. Especially in grip. Makes a big difference in this, and it makes a big difference in real life racing. I've been there, done that, and been there when the spring's too stiff, and it's awful. So trust me when I say it makes a difference in both. And it's the same kind of feeling. It's vague. You feel like you have no grip. So it feels a little different, obviously, but in real life, it feels like similar to what you're feeling in the sim. There's no grip. It feels like you're not in contact with the road. See, it's a little better. So again, it's a little better. Raise it up some more. I think it's clipping. I don't see it clipping. Feel bad. It's better through here. Better. Yeah, it doesn't feel too bad. That's not bad. Nothing great, but it's definitely an improvement. And all the tires, you can see they're working equal. I mean, the tire pressures are all just about equal. So again, it's going in the right direction. I think I could get into 36s with just more practice and more dialing it in, but it's not that far off. It's getting closer and closer. And I think, the shocks helped. I mean, again, kind of like earlier, I think it makes a big difference. Right now, I'd have to give to the newer cars, to be honest, but that's not uncommon here with ACC. It just seems like that's, usually when a newer car comes out, it's like the M4. M4 came out when it was new. It was pretty much the OP car. So I mean, that's that's pretty much the norm, I think. I'm not going to say they're not going to be competitive. They're going to be competitive, but it just depends on the track too. Every track is a little different. But yeah, there might be an edge to the newer cars. I think the Ferrari is going to be the car to beat, to be honest. In my opinion, I think the Ferrari is going to be the car to beat in the beginning here. But, again, I don't think it's going to last a long time because I think, as the season goes, I mean, the first race is this weekend, they're going to do BOP adjustments. There's going to be BOP adjustments to try to get things, make sure it's even. So, whatever car that has maybe a teeny advantage now, it might change. So, yeah, if you're in a league race, you can't look at just what's now. you got to look at more of, just a good car that fits your driving style. But again, any of the setups that I'm messing with, if you all want them, I'll leave a link in the description at the end of the stream. But again, just let me know if you like the McLaren or the Lexus. I'll leave that one in for Zolder. Let's watch a replay really quick. How's the quality of the video? Is it all right as far as what y'all are seeing? If anybody could let me know. Yeah, I don't drive the McLaren a ton. Just, I don't know why. I like the car. It's really good. Good car. Again, I'm still waiting for the Evo 2 to come out. And actually, the more you drive it, the more I like it. So it actually is a good car. Do a lot better right here. I probably lost a half a second, or at least a couple tenths through there. But again, Indy's a challenge because of the surface and just the way it is. It's not really a flowing track, in my opinion, compared to other places. But that's the challenge of it. And of course, one place is not too bad, and then you get that one section that's really slick, and it's a challenge. But yeah, 37.23. I mean, it's not. It's in the realm of my times as far, especially with the McLaren and the update. So again, in the update, Aries said that basically, you're going to be probably a half a second off or a second, and that is dead on, because a lot of places, depending upon car track, all kinds of different things. Yeah, that's about what I've seen. I'm within like a half a second to a second. So it's all right there. Yeah, I think M4 does feel good in 1.9. It feels good in everything. I think it's still going to be a strong car. I think it's going to run really good. I think it'll be competitive. And what I mean by older cars is, I'm talking older cars. I'm talking the Lexus, the Huracan, the cars that are older cars. I don't think they'll be, even the McLaren here will probably be all right too. It'll probably be okay. But again, you still might be a little bit down compared to some of the new ones, like the Bentley. Just like the 18 cars and 19 cars, stuff like that. But the M4 is a newer car. It's a year old, so it's still a newer car. I'm sure it'll do good. Evo 2, I'm sure will probably still do pretty good. Again, it's just how much you practice with that one car and how dialed it, you get it as far as everything. It's like I did with the McLaren. It was improving. The force feedback was improving every time I adjusted it. So again, that's the advantage. When you get with one car, you can really dial in your settings and do that. But with me, it's hard because I can't. I'm jumping around all the time, and I do have 5 different settings, but how I do it is I have like 3 or 4 that are dedicated to certain cars that I drive, and that way I can try to dial them in better. And then I have one that I just kind of use as generals. I just use for all the other cars that I don't drive that often. That's at least how I do it, because I only have 5 settings, and I can't, there's a lot more than 5 cars. So basically that's how I do it. But let's go to Hungaroring. Where is it? Where are you, Hungaroring? There you are. Okay, we're gonna grab the Ferrari, the new Ferrari. gonna grab my car. Oh yeah, we want to go over to liveries too, don't we? Okay, well, so let's go over to liveries real quick because I had a request for that. So let's just do liveries really fast, and then we'll go to do Hungaroring. The ones I've seen that are different. Let's go to the BMW. All the ones I've gone through here, I've looked and I couldn't find them. Now the BMWs, these are some new liveries. Now again, you have Rossi's car. Now if you can't see that going down the track, you're blind. You need help because that thing's bright, and I mean bright. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, just like they do with the track and the cars, Kuno's like as above reproach, and I mean it's fun. That's just my opinion, but I mean everybody, they are what judged as far as detail and quality. You got this one again, different liveries. These are all WRT. You got the Skechers here. Again, great looking. Again, WRT has some of the awesome liveries when they were with Audi and now with BMW. This is, again, the Rossi car. It must be for endurance because it's got the driving lights. Again, it's pretty cool. Like it. And, again, same one with these. These are the endurance of the same ones. You know, they got the driving lights. And then you got this one, which is kind of cool. This is some different livery, but that's awesome looking. I really like that. I mean, it's got the colors, the white with the blue, red, and all that stuff. But I really like it. That's cool. That's awesome looking. And even on the top, you got the seats up there. Just the detail is astounding. And then the car I ran earlier at MISANO was this one, which I think is awesome. And just all the mechanic stuff in it is just, look at that. Look at that. I mean, that is just epic. And then let's go ahead and jump in the car. And again, I give more credit, and even more credit on the inside, because this is stuff that you don't have to do. This is just my opinion, but this is stuff you don't have to do. I mean, look at that M4 GT3 on the door panels. Because this is stuff that does not affect, but this is how somebody that's passionate does everything. I mean, the hoses, the cables, the lines, all the electronics. I mean, all this stuff is in here. Look at that. I mean, it's unbelievable. It looks like the fire suppression system. It's just awesome. I can't say enough about it. Look at air through there. I mean, or vent or something. But yeah, I mean, it's absolutely awesome. You always notice something different when you're looking in here. You can see the carbon fiber tubes. But it's just, and what you do is you click camera, and then you use your right button on your mouse, and you can slide over either way, and then the left button on your mouse will go up and down, so or look side to side. Okay, so that's how you do it when you come in here. Of course, a Fanatic wheel, but just gorgeous car, absolutely gorgeous. Other than that, let's see. I don't remember. That's the same. I think all the other ones are the same. That's the only one I saw that was different. So yeah, that's pretty much all the same. So that's the only one I saw that was different. Those are all the same cars. So now let's go to the Ferrari. And of course you have the basic one that comes out, like the introduction version type thing. And then you have the AF Corsa one, which is based on the same livery they had before. Very nice. Different wheels. You can tell they got different wheels on the Ferrari than they've had on all the other cars. And then Conquest, that's over here in the States, in the U.S. You can tell with the VP and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, and you can see it doesn't have the driving lights, extra lights. It's just a Sprint. Nice color scheme though. I like that. And then email for A. I mean, I'm saying that wrong. Email for A, I think is what it is. But yeah, see, they switched from Lamborghini to Ferrari. And of course, their typical color scheme type of thing. I think it looks nice. And they got two cars. You know, one's the Verstappen Red Bull.com Racing type thing, and the other one's, so they got two different ones. I think this one looks really cool, almost kind of like a Spider-Man thing going on. But I like it. And I think that's the last one. Yeah, that's the last one. We'll jump in that one, and again, take a quick look. Look at that wheel. And I tell you, look at that thing. Again, just epic. 296 everywhere on the dash, on the doors. You can see the cables, the hoses underneath here. I mean, look at it. You can read who's the maker on the electronic boxes and stuff, and I mean, it's unbelievable. Look at all that stuff they got in these things. No wonder these cars cost so much money. I mean, just unbelievable technology in a GT3 car. It's crazy. So again, epic. You can see the pedals back in there. Look at that. And I think that because the seats don't move, I think the pedal box moves a lot on a lot of these. You adjust the pedal box. So again, that's really cool. I like that. So let's go next. I checked all these, didn't see any. So let's go to the Evo 2. Again, it's an introduction livery. And you have a bar well, which is basically just carbon fiber. A lot of these look like they're going to add stuff later because there's really no sponsors on here or nothing. So I wouldn't doubt that these are like base stuff and then they're going to add a bunch of stuff later and update this. I wouldn't doubt it. It wouldn't surprise me because, I mean, it looks pretty like a test car almost type thing, really. Again, I'm definitely love the Lamborghini. It doesn't look bad from any angle, any place. It looks just, and at the front to me looks so nice. I love the way the front looks. And then, of course, the Iron Lynx, which went from Ferrari to Lamborghini. And, again, just awesome-looking cars. Got the green one and then the yellow one. You can see the down in the scoop, you can see the little tube in there or something. You can even see that in there. I mean, that's how much detail it is. I mean, you wouldn't notice if it had it or not in real, but I mean, you can see the tube sticking in there. I mean, just unbelievable detail is off, just absolutely epic. And of course, then you have, well, I guess you call it pink, kind of a pinkish. The Iron Dames. They did really good last year, so hopefully they'll do good this year. I'll take a look in there. Again, a lot of it's probably the same as the other Huracan. Has the same just Huracan GT3. It looks like a, oh, forget what you call that now. Alcantara or something. That's what it looks like on the dash and the steering wheel or something. And you see OMP, which makes the best stuff in the world. OMP is awesome. And their quality of everything. Everything I've ever had with OMP is really, really good. You can see all the stuff here. Look at all that. Some kind of charger. They must hook that up. That's electrical connection for something, so they must hook something to it. I wonder if it warms the oil because it's going up that way. I wonder if it's something that keeps the oil warm in the engine, like when they're before a race or something. They just plug it into a generator type thing. It's interesting to see all this stuff. I love this stuff, and I still think it's absolutely awesome that Kuno's does this much detail. Their artwork is just crazy good. All right, and last but not least, of course, I've checked all these other ones, and I didn't see. Oh, yeah, you got ones for the. I'm sorry for the AMG. I forgot. The only ones I went through all these, and the only ones that I saw that were new were these. So these are the only two new ones that I have seen. Was these with Windward Racing? Kind of reminds me of the Porsche. A couple of years ago, the Porsche with Mike Campbell and all that. The same kind of livery with that. I think it looks nice. Looks good. And again, same kind of different drivers, but same kind of livery, just different sponsors and things. Again, I think it's a great looking car. And of course, the ride height is different. If you didn't see that video, and the wing. The wing is not as much. I think they took 1 or 2 clicks out of the wing as far as what the range is. And on the AMG, and the ride height's a lot different. It used to go down to 44 or 45, and now you got 50 is the lowest it can go. So that's a big difference in setup. Big difference. That's one of the things that's changed with the new update, and maybe they had to do adjustments for their BOP or their with the ride height in the front. I don't know. So, but I know it's different in ACC. So that is the AMG. Now, of course, the Porsche. That's their introductory one here. Great looking car. Of course, it still looks like a Porsche, but you can tell there's small differences. A lot of good liveries for the Porsche. It has a lot. I think the most out of all of them. That's pretty wild. Some of them are over here in the States. See how the exhaust kind of angles up compared to what the other Porsche was. And you got that one. Look at that. That's pretty neat. And dynamic, of course, is the one big one. You know, one of the main Porsche teams. Great looking car. I mean, that'll be very popular for people. I've been driving it a lot too. You saw that in my, well, this one actually is the other one, but still same. That's what I was driving in the, in my video with the, with Valencia. And then you have this one too, which is a silver car, a little bit different. Again, yellow highlights. I still think it looks really good, a little bit different. And then you have this one, which is awesome. I think that's a great looking car. Again, that's one over here in the States. Very nice setup, or livery. Very nice livery. You can see the diffuser, and I mean, I don't know what everybody else thinks, but it's kind of like what I thought. It looks like a mini RSR to me. That's what the new GT3R looks like to me. It looks like they combined the two cars, since the RSR is going, you know, is pretty much done this year. And they combined it, you know, actually with the moving the engine a little forward and all these kinds of things. It's like, you know, basically what they did with the RSR. And if you look really close, we'll zoom in on it. You can see right there, it says 4.2 on the little trunk lid there. So again, that's another thing that's been changed with the Porsche. It's got, you know, went from a 4-liter to a 4.2, and I have noticed a difference. I think the car, some corners that you used to take in first, I think you'll be able to take in second now. I think the car has got more mid-range grunt than it had before, which is a good thing for some of these other corners that you don't have to put it down in first. Porsche Naples, again, that's in Florida. Again, that's here in the States, car from over here. Again, kind of simple, but still looks good. I like the color combo. And then you have this one. Definitely some good colors. I think the Porsche looks awesome. Them lights, which if you saw that video, it was a longer video, but I tested the lights at night, and it was, man, those things work good because it has no extra driving lights in here, but those things are bright, and you could tell they're different than the other ones, and they are definitely different. They are very, very good. And then you have Team Parker, which I remember that from Bentley days. Looks like the same kind of livery as the Bentley was back years ago, just on a Porsche. I think it was a Bentley. Again, looks good. And then Wright Motorsports, they got the same kind of livery that they had, which I'm not too fond of, but it's okay, but it's not my. It's just not. I think the other one they had was nicer than this. So looks like something from a Wrigley's gum or something. Maybe that's what it's supposed to be for. I don't know. But anyway, we'll take a look inside. And again, I wish they'd make this wheel. I love that wheel. Great wheel. See the detail, all the carbon fiber. Bigger dash, which is nice now. I love the dash on the Porsche. And then here, I think that's a battery. So it must be some kind of gel battery because you see a cable going to it. But it looks like a battery. I could be wrong, but it looks like a small battery running stuff in here. And you can see all the stuff in here. I mean, look at all this stuff. Cosworth here. Cosworth Porsche, it looks like it says. But look at all, and they got that same kind of plug that the other car had. That was the Lamborghini or whatever had that. And again, Cosworth says on that. But yeah, I mean, just look at all the detail in here. It's just unbelievable. Again, a lot of times when I'm just relaxing, taking it easy, I look at a lot of this stuff. I really enjoy all their work. I mean, a lot of work goes into all this. That it really is just for immersion and enjoyment, because it doesn't really, it doesn't do anything for the sim. But I mean, I just like it. And of course, you got the pedals back there. I just, again, thank who knows for it. But yeah, there you go. So again, try to be as quick as I could, but that's all the liveries that I know of. There might be, I mean, I did check as much as I could. I didn't see anything else. So let's go back to the Ferrari, and let's jump in this. Let's jump in this one. I just changed my mind. Let's jump in this one. So again, I have not been here at all. Nothing. So we've lost some people, but I know people got things to do. So again, thank you for everybody stopping in. I hope you, give me a like before you go. I appreciate it. And subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I plan to do more of these streams. I got a race tonight. I might even stream it tonight. And then tomorrow, I definitely will be on here again tomorrow, for sure. So you see, there's no setup. So let's just jump in the aggressive and do nothing. Pretty much just leave it alone. The only thing I'm going to do is change the pads. Put it the same, and I'll just leave that alone. I'm going to leave, so basically nothing. Basically, we haven't changed anything. Look, I mean, it looks pretty stiff to me, but okay. Let's just try it.
Green light, go, go, go.
I mean, reset my wheel, because obviously you have to go to 1,000 on this thing. Get the steering right. All right. Good sound. For a 6-cylinder, I think it sounds really good. Again, surprises me. I wasn't expecting that. I like all the little noises that go with this car. I really love that. If they could add any more, I would always hope they could, because they would, because I think it really adds to the immersion. You just get the popping and the sounds and the whooshes from the turbo and all those kind of things. Cruising right now. Notice with the Ferrari, it has very low brake bias as far as to the rear. I think that's going to be one of the things that's unique. Yes. This car is definitely going to be a weapon, for sure. See what she can do. Really good braking. slick through here. Turn the steering ratio up a little bit. You can hear the turbos, the whistling. I knew some of the YouTubers were like they weren't sure, but yes, this car has turbos. I know some of the creators were like, I think I hear turbos. I'm not sure if it does or not, but I think I hear it does. Tires are still way down. Going a little deeper, a little faster. Yeah, it's pretty a little vague. Kind of reminds me of Indy through here. Not terrible, terrible. Steering through there. Try second. Terrible. Go down to the brake bias a little bit. Maybe let me know how the quality is on the video, the graphics or video part. If that's okay. Tires are still down too low. This one lap here. Too deep. Lost it all. Whoa. Some understeer. Yeah, definitely has some understeer in places. But still, just aggressive setup. It's not that bad. Too deep. Got off. Some places understeery and some places it's oversteery coming off. Again, it could be tires. Some of that could be tires just because you see they're not coming up where they need to be. So some of that could be tires. So these need to definitely come up. I'd say almost basically a pound or close to it. So go up there. 7 or 8, at least 8/10. There you go. And there we go. Let's try that. Okay, but I mean, I haven't touched anything. Everything's exactly the same as what it was. Yeah, exactly. That's why I give the credit to Porsche, because they're the only ones that have a 6-cylinder with no vacuums on it. So, I mean, that's why you got to love the over 9,000 RPM. You got to love that. I mean, that's just epic. That's why I'm a big Porsche fan. I like NA motors usually better just because of the sound, but these turbos are fast. I mean, these they're just crazy. So I mean, it's just, again, it's the variety, and that's what makes it great. I mean, that's why I enjoy it. That's why I love listening to it. That's why I like driving different cars. That's why they can all be fast and strong in their own different ways, is because of the different combinations. And I think that's really awesome. So again, everything looks, just a few adjustments. But really, the car is not that bad. It didn't feel bad. It had a little oversteery, but you can't adjust it with this because as far as this anti-roll bar, I always forget to do that. Let's see. It's got plenty of wing. I'm gonna do this to help with maybe coming off the corners, a little bit less negative camber in the back, and also take some of the toe out. Leave this alone. Okay. Let's see the wear. Yeah, wear doesn't look bad. Looks pretty good. Again here, I'll go do that. Go up, like he said, on the steering ratio. I'm gonna go up to 15. No, the Viper comes with a V10. But see, that's different. That's a pushrod motor. It's not an overhead. It's a pushrod motor, not an overhead cam motor like the V10 and the Lamborghini and Audi. And it's a lot bigger engine cubic inch wise by a long way. I think it was like an 8.3 liter or something. It's like 500 cubic inches or something. It's 500 something or something. I don't remember, but I think it was an 8.3 or 8.4 liter V10. Where the Lamborghini and Huracan is like a 6 or a 5.2 liter or something. It's small, a lot smaller. That's why they got the RPM. Yeah, the last Viper was really good. I love the Vipers too. Sound-wise, it doesn't beat the Audi and Lamborghini in sound. I've heard the Viper in real life race, a race car when they used to race it in GTE or GTLFM or whatever, and IMSA and all that, and it doesn't sound that great compared to some of the other cars. But that's subjective. So, but you can see like different. Look at the bump stop rates on the rear. I mean, look at that. Wow. I've never seen a bump stop rate that high. So again, just different ways of doing it. Just different ways of doing it. As far as the fuel load, it comes up 1 in the rear, but again, look at that. That's very, very little adjustment. So, I mean, that keeps the front arrow variation didn't even change. So again, they're really on top of the balance. Of course, it's Ferrari, so that doesn't surprise me. It's really good on that. Again, just doing a couple minor little things. Just trying to figure, just debating on, I think I'll lower the rear 2 and increase the toe a little bit. So let's try that. Okay, let's try that. And just to see what it does. And the tire pressures. I don't, it felt a little oversteery sometimes, but you know, again, sometimes you got to do something and it might be the wrong way, and then you go, okay, well, maybe I'll go back the other way. I love the mid-range of this car. And that's really, you know, the advantage of it in racing. You know, you can come off the slower corners and be a gear higher or something like that, and it can hook up. Big advantage of the turbo cars. Even some of the gear changes sound really good, too. But of course, you know, with the new cars over the old ones, I think they did some of these, you know, these setups are, I think, a little bit more dialed in. Obviously, they're dialed in more for 1.9, where you got a lot of the older setups, especially aggressive. They're not for 1.9. So you got to adjust them accordingly. If you're just using aggressive setup type thing. Because this is like one of the first setups I've ever seen, and it didn't have -4 on the front, on the camber. Seems better. See what she can do. A little too aggressive. Better. See how she does here. Not bad. Appreciate everybody stopping by. Some comments. you hear the vacuums. Ah, dang it. This is better than first.
Well done, mate.
I left 2 or 3 tenths on the table easy, messing up that one corner. But, you know, still, that's just really just an aggressive setup, pretty much. Oh man, so yeah, I think it's you know, it's decent. I mean, can it go faster? Well, for sure. I mean, you know, I probably working on a setup. It would probably, I would suspect it would pick up a pretty good amount. Tire pressures I'd probably leave alone just in case, because when you pick up pace, it's going to pick up speed. The pressures are going to go up, so it leaves you a little room to maneuver. One thing I wanted to go over is let's see what it looks like on Motec. Okay, well these are small, but that's just the way it is. Here, they look a little off though, but let's raise this up. So again, I'll change the graph so it fits. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, this definitely needs adjustments here. So again, soften that up. Not too bad here. Needs a small adjustment. Not real bad, but I think I'm going to see what it looks like. I'll go down. This I'm going to go down a couple. I think I needed it. Let's do that. Let's see what this side. This looks a little different than this side. Looks a little different. So this is over. This needs to come down for sure. It's way too high. So again, I go down a little more. This side, not too bad actually, but it just needs to come down. The high bump needs to come down. So, but I'll do the same thing on that. Let's see here. We got looks pretty good. Needs to come down. Yeah, pretty good amount. So I'm gonna cut it down pretty good. And then this one, too high. So again, this all needs to come down, the whole graph. So let's, again, big changes. It looks the same on both sides and the rear, so I'm gonna just do this, I'll just equal it. And there we go. Okay. And I'm going to one more click of diff. So off the turns, it feels like it's wanting to get a little oversteery. So just one click. See if that helps at all. And let's see. Again, I'm just doing minimal stuff here. I'm not going crazy with springs and all kinds of different stuff. Just keeping it pretty basic. I will make again, it's still a good improvement. yeah, I mean, I could put this track out there if you guys want me to leave a link for this one. You know, want to get roughed in. Does, see how she performs. Handles the bumps. I think it handles the bump pretty good. Curving. All right, let's do a couple laps, see if we can improve upon it, see what it does. Bad. Staying on pace. All right.
Not many personal fastest now.
Let's do one more. Still feels a little slick through here. Yeah, hooks up better coming off. A little bit, not too much there. Not a bad time. All right. Again, I did the shock adjustments. It handles the bumps and stuff, but I mean, the overall balance of the car didn't really change that much. Again, it's more fine-tuning than anything else. So let's just really quick here. Let's look at the shocks one more time. Just to see the difference. Okay, still needs to come down. Looks like it went up a little higher. Yeah, still needs to come down. So again, compared to the other one, you see the difference. So again, you can see differences all over the place. I mean, basically the green before, so it's higher here on the rebound on both. Higher on the bump on this, higher on the rebound on this one. So again, you can see the differences in the angle, the way it is here on the high side also. You can see it's a difference there. But again, this is constantly, changing. This needs to definitely come down again. Let's see what we got. It's 51. So again, that needs to come down. This whole thing needs to drop. That's not too bad. That's like 48 something. That's not too bad, really. I don't think it's that bad, but I'll just lower it one click just to have a little bit, bring this down a little more. This one's too high again, just like the other side. Actually, it looks like it's even worse. This side is 48 something. So again, this needs to come down a click. This side, see, this looks like it needs to come up. So this looks really good here. This looks really good, but this needs to come up. So we're leaving some on the table here. So that needs to come up. So I'm gonna go back up there. And then this is way too high. See, again, a lot of that could be bump stops and things like that. When you change all the bump stops, it changes all this stuff. So again, I'm tuning it to the springs and the bump stops that are on the car. So again, when you change all that, it changes all this. So again, I'm just going off of what that is. That's why I say you got to do, get the balance and the grip and things like that more in what you want. And then the shocks are when you're fine tuning everything. And of course, I do stuff just to get it in a ballpark. But when at the very end, I'm more fine tuning. But yeah, this definitely needs to come down for sure. But again, I might have to change that. If I change springs and things, I might have to come back up. So again, same thing on this side. So we're going to raise that. So again, basically just a roughed in aggressive setup, but definitely improved. I think it's improved upon. You saw I ran low 45s with it, but I think I picked up a few tenths or half a second about just by doing some of these adjustments. And I think let's look at the tire wear. The tire wear is good, real good. Don't see anything issue with that anyway. Now, I know it's not that many laps, but it's going good. Again, I like to see this a little closer because this is just early. It's like 3. I'd like to see it like 1 or 2 at the most, but that's the way it is with this 1.9 update. So let's look at the lap. I'll look at the fast lap, which was this one. I think that livery looks pretty cool. What do y'all think? That's a pretty awesome looking livery, that Red Bull. Yeah, I got to get a link for my Discord. I got Discord, and I can't get the. I put it on YouTube, but I guess they're not putting. I got to figure out how to get it so it's on my description. That'll be coming. Look for my Discord link on my videos. I'll be adding it. I do have Discord. It's really raw right now, but I'm be improving upon it and doing things. Basically upgrading it all the time. So things that I've. Some people have been asking me for a while. That car, it sounds better than I thought it would, to be honest. The sound is really growing on me. I really like the sound for a 6-cylinder. It sounds good. So it does the bump. Not bad. Not bad. One thing I noticed which is more to real life, I don't know if the people will like it or not, but I think you got to drive these cars a little more than you did before. And that's, if you look at the real life guys, that's what they're doing. They saw the wheel a lot of times. So, I mean, they can be a little lively at times. So I think that's also to the 1.9 update and the tire model and all those things. I think you have to drive the car a little bit more than you did before. And, of course, that might get a little better as the setups get more refined. So, again, that's something that will probably be improved upon. What was the speed? Wow, good speed. Like 154, 155. That's good that's good. Yeah, that's really strong speed, so nothing wrong with that. So, again, what y'all think? I mean, again, I can leave, it's just roughed in setups, but I can leave a link to them in there. Yeah, the new Porsche is beautiful, Blitz. I don't blame you on that. Yeah, again, I think the sound too it really is one of those things where like, man, this sound is gonna totally suck. But I didn't think so. I actually think it was one of my biggest surprises was driving the Ferrari and listening to it. I think it really does good. That's probably the biggest surprise out of all 3 cars. To be honest, the AMG I like still, but, and this is just preliminary, but I'm kind of in the middle right now because with the front end grip, I'm a front end person. If I can't feel the front end, I don't like it. And now with the front end raised, and it just seems like the car is more vague in the front, I'm not sure if I really like the improvement. So again, the judgment's out for right now, but right now I'm still trying to figure the AMG out. I love the car, but I like the way it felt before. I can say the way it felt. But yeah, no, I know. I love how the wiper jiggles around as you're going and stuff. Yeah, there's so many things. It's just all the little stuff like that makes ACC to me head above, just number 1. And that's just in my opinion. I love all of them though. I mean, I've played R Factor and AMS2 and the only one I don't do or don't even have is iRacing. It's just too expensive for me to have, and I don't play it anyway. I don't have time, so it's kind of stupid to spend all that money on something that you don't have time to do anyway. So I'm not saying it's bad because I don't know, but I don't like the graphics. I mean, that's just, again, these are just my opinion. Don't get offended. I mean, I'm saying it's not fun to drive or whatever, but to me, if you look at the graphics, I mean, it looks like potato graphics. So I don't really care for them. That's just my opinion. So That's one reason why I like ACC. It's got the best, graphics and sound, in my opinion. Again, but some of the, AMS2 isn't bad. That's really close. So again, I still like some of that. I know Race Room has got some really good sound. I think they're really good sound. So there's some ones that are got some really good here and there, but I think ACC does it better over the overall package. And you can't beat when they're got the data coming from real GT3 teams. You can't beat it. I mean, when you got data coming from Pirelli and the real GT3 teams, they actually go to them and go to Ferrari and go to all these other places to get to make it more realistic. It's hard to beat that. So again, I hope y'all enjoyed this stream. It's my first ever stream. I hope y'all liked it. Please give me a like and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. There's going to be more of these coming out, and maybe not the pace I want, but I will always be trying to improve the quality and do things, especially if you guys like it. I would like to do fun stuff for us to talk, and you all enjoy it also. So again, I really appreciate everybody's feedback and comments and interaction. It is fun. I mean, again, I'm a noob for a little while, but I'm gonna try to keep doing the best I can. I might stream some races and stuff like that. I had somebody asked earlier if they're gonna stream the race tonight. I might do that. It's not a league race. It's in Pan Am, but I think it's at Monza. So I don't know if y'all would like to see that. But anyway, again, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Manjo. You're awesome. You've been another long-term supporter. Been with me a long time. So again, I appreciate it. And everybody, it's really great. I think we had 50-something people at one time. So again, that was great to see for my first stream. I appreciate it. And I'm going to go rest now so I can get a little bit of rest and eat and all that kind of good stuff so I can be ready for later on. So again, y'all take care, and I hope you come back and visit again and check out the next stream. Y'all have a great day. See ya.